Hello, hello. What is up, duelists? Welcome to a very special Monday because it is no longer Malice format in Master Duel. Because Ryzeal has joined the game today, so we're gonna check all that out. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Welcome everybody. Also, thank you everyone for the subs during the starting soon screen. I appreciate all of you. Europa Boy, Blast, Stasevar, Skippo, Toxic Rain, Herc, and the anonymous subgifter. I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you all for the support. Welcome back to the stream. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see what exactly Ryzeal is going to do in Master Duel. It is a really strong deck. We know that from the TCG. It is not going to completely destroy Malice or not going to completely make Malice go away. You can probably play both decks now at the highest level, but we will see. I figured today we can just, instead of doing the regular warm-up, we can just use the pack opening as the warm-up time for everybody to assemble. I think that's a good idea, so we don't waste too much time, because I want to get into the game and I want to start playing as soon as I can. So but we still need to open up some packs, and we can just talk about it a little bit at the same time. So let me boot up Master Duel over here. And I think today I have 6,700 gems, which is not the most. I was hoping to assemble a little bit more beforehand, but I have not Pepega credited yet. The thing is, I have a decent amount of UR crafting points. I have 270 crafting points already, so I think worst case I'll just craft some. I threw together a first list. We'll talk about that in a second already, but let's open some packs first. I think with the UR crafting points that I have, I should be fine. I already did the banned cards though. I already did the Dweller and I forgot what the other one was, but I already did the crafting. But yeah, let us begin. Also, Vielleicht, thank you for the 14 months. I appreciate you. Welcome back. All right, so let's look at this pack. It goes without saying that most of the Ryzeals are ultra rares. That was to be expected, I suppose. We have it's going to be 2 duo drives for most people. It's going to be 2 or 3 detonators for most people. 3 sword, 3 ice, and 2 X. So that's going to be, depending on whether you play 2 or 3 detonator, it's 12 or 13 ultras. Which was, I guess, about to be expected. A very quick word about the other things that are in this pack. There are a couple of actually interesting cards in there, which I think is interesting because they didn't need to put anything next to Ryzeal. The pack would have been good regardless, but we are getting a Bao Q, the Lightless Shadow, which is a very good link 4 that has some implications in a couple of different decks. Most notably, Malice can play this card in the TCG. Malice used to play this card sometimes, but just in general, a lot of the Fiend stuff, like any Fiendsmith deck, can consider playing a Bao Q. It was a very, very good card, or is a very good card at the moment in like live twin decks in the TCG. So like this is a good ultra rare, and if you pull it, even if you don't need it right now, then I suggest you keep 1 copy of it because it is strong. Molcharmy Meowls is a very strong card in the TCG. I don't know if it's going to be the same in Master Duel, simply because the lack of a side deck. You know, this is like most commonly used as a side deck option, but like, funnily enough, last format, before Ryzeal came out, we would have definitely played this card, because this is probably the best Molcharmy against Malice. Close in power to Fuvalos, but very good against Malice. But I'm not sure if you're gonna want to play it now that Ryzeal is out, but that remains to be seen. Still, it's a good card. It is a good card regardless. Gordian Slicer is an interesting card to release alongside Ryzeal, because it is an interesting card in a format where Detonator is like your go-to endboard piece, because this is a pretty good answer to Ryzeal Detonator. So this is an interesting card to include in this pack. But then we also get the new 6 Samurai cards, which I think are worth messing around with. I don't think they're going to be like the best deck or anything, but they are decent. As well as Fabled, and Jirax, which are, I would, from first impression, without having played with them too much, less relevant, but still cool cards. But yeah, there's one most notable thing about this pack, which is that it does include Star Ryzeal, which was expected because they also included March here with Malice at first release. You know, they don't tend to split them up that much anymore. So Star Ryzeal is here, which is going to be, we'll talk about that later when I show you the deck list that I've built, but Star Ryzeal, it gives pure Ryzeal a significant power boost compared to what it was in the TCG when it first came out. But there is no Eclipse Twins, which is very, very impactful. That Ryzeal is still going to be good enough, don't worry about that, but no Eclipse Twin is a big deal compared to the current versions in the TCG. Of course, they're going to add Eclipse Twin eventually, but at first, we're not going to have it. All right, so let's open some packs, and then I'll show you the list that I've built to try today, and then we'll hop right in and find out if this deck will rival Malice. For any Gambas, you guys can, the mods can set up the Gambas. I don't want to spend too much time between every pack opening setting up a Gamba and waiting for everything. So if you guys want to set up Gambas, you can. But yeah. Patty, thank you for the 29 months. I can't decide between Yummy and Kanan in the TCG. Oh, that's easy. Just play Draco Tail then. All right, we've pulled a Star Ryzeal. We're going to need that, but we only need one, so we'll likely have enough of that. We pulled a Gateway, which has gone to 3. I don't know. I think with 3 Gateways, maybe it's worth trying out 6 Samurai. I'm not going to lie. For people that are fans of it. Chris, thank you for the gifty. And Durandama, thank you for the 26 months. I appreciate that. I wonder if we're going to get a Royal. I mean, I only have 6,000 gems, so I'm going to have to craft some stuff, but like, Royal Detonator would go hard. What about Speedroid? Speedroid is Rogue. It's not, like, bad, but it is Rogue. Rausch Factor, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate you guys. Don't give me hope on 6 Sam. I mean, I'm not gonna... I don't think it's gonna be the best deck. I really don't think so. But, like, with 3 Gateway, that card is broken. So I'm sure you can win some best of 1 games with it. That's the nice thing about Master Duel, is like, even if there is like a clear best deck, because it is best of 1, you are usually not like 100% forced to play that deck. You can play other stuff. I mean, I've lost my fair share of games to like random stuff just because they were able to go first or whatever. All right, there we go. We have the Ice Ryzeal number 1. Are we playing the fish? I am currently planning on doing so, yes, because Bonfire is already at 1. I don't think the deck is consistent enough, so I do play 7th Ascension and 7th Tachyon. And when you play those already, I feel like it's good to play the fish package, but we'll talk about that when we go over the deck list. Okay, first batch of 10, 2 Ultras, but it is an Ice Ryzeal, so it's alright. It hurts to craft those 7th. I had them already. I don't remember when they came out, but I think I just opened them back then and then I kept them, so I didn't have that problem, luckily. But I can imagine that a lot of people dismantled them when they came out, because when they came out, nobody needed them. All right, Rainbow Pack, give me a Ryzeal. That's another Gateway. How have I managed? There's 1 or 2 6 Samurai Ultras in there. I've pulled more 6 Samurai Ultras than Ryzeal Ultras. Bee Hunter 3030, thank you for the 27 months. Welcome back. Okay, that was a weak batch of 10 packs. We got one Ultra and it was a gateway. Unless this last pack has a surprise. 2 supers. Okay. Yeah, no, this was not great. 10 packs, 1 Ultra, 3 supers. Jeez. I'll skip for good luck. It did not work. It did not work. Well, I got a decent amount of supers, I guess, but I don't really need those. Dude, I get 1 rainbow pack and it's the guaranteed one. Jesus Christ. The thing is, like, I have like almost 300 ultra rare crafting points. So I don't technically need to pull that many ultras out of this to be able to build it and not spend money this time around. But like, I need to pull some. Oh. Okay, that's one we need. Angelo Salerno, thank you for the 15 months. I appreciate that. Which deck do I prefer between K9, Draco Tail, and Yummy? I like Draco Tail the most because I think it's the most fun. Then Yummy, then K9. But I'm gonna be honest with you, it's a very tight race because I think they are all really cool. But I think in terms of fun, it's Draco Tail, then Yummy, then K9. But I like them all. Oh. Okay, double X Ryzeal in 1 pack. We'll take those. All right, sick, easy clap. This was a good batch. 3 Ryzeal Ultras we needed in this one. I'm just afraid that now that we have 2 X Ryzeal, we're gonna pull a 3rd and we won't need that. Okay. All right, 2 rainbow packs. There's another Star Ryzeal. Oh, that would have been a cool. That would have been a cool Royal because it's a one-of. I always like when like I have a one-of in Royal. That's cool. Oh, okay. I rate Nia and Unik Funai. Thank you guys for the subs. Welcome back. Just got a Royal Jurak Volcano. Guess I'm playing Jurax. Yeah, it's your fate. Alright. We got Legendary 6 Samurai Shien. I'm gonna keep the 6 Samurai cards around. Maybe we might try it eventually, because a lot of people are asking about it right now, and I just can't give you a real answer. I don't know exactly how good the deck is, because I haven't really messed around with it. But as it's looking, I don't think I need to craft anything for it. I pulled like everything for 6 Samurai. Okay, no Ryzeal, we needed that. The second duo drive? Not okay. That would have been how many URs are there from Ryzeal? Yes. Bro, stop flipping the comments. I don't care. Oh, dude, it always does this. Okay. I don't have to open another. So as of now, I would have to craft 2 or 3 detonators, 3 sword Ryzeals, 2 ice, 3 meows if I ever want to play it, no slicer, and no bow. Aw, I think I have to open more. I think it's worth opening more because I need so many cards from that. I could craft some of it. I could craft some of it. How many slicers do you need? I'm not trying to play it today, so I don't really need it right now. But like, I could craft it. I could craft the deck now, I think, because I would need, my current list has 2 detonators, so I need 2 detonator, 3 sword, 2 ice, just to play Ryzeal, which would be 7 ultras. I could craft 7 ultras and just call it a day. And I'm not planning to use meows right now, but I might at some point. I don't know, man. It would be really nice to not have to spend money for once when a pack drops. Dude, the 3rd X got up. Bro, single packs are the way to go. Even though it's ultra rares I didn't need. Okay, the luck is gone. Alright. I think I can craft. Because I can dismantle, like, the duo drive as well. Hold up. Dismantle selected cards. Get rid of... maybe I'll try Jurex at some point. Get rid of this glossy duo drive. Not much I can dismantle if I want to keep the fabled Jurex and 6 Samurai stuff around for now. I have 299 ultra rare crafting points. I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can craft those. Yeah, whatever, man. Ah, no royals. Unfortunate. Okay. Well, at least I didn't have to spend money this time around. That's good. I don't have the meows or the Abawa queue, but we'll solve that problem when we get there. Yeah, okay. This is pure Ryzeal. Yes, this is pure Ryzeal. This is the deck list that I want to try first because I just want to try the deck in its purest form because that is the one that is, I think, the best into Max C, which is of course a big factor in Master Duel. So I want to try that one first, and just for because this is new to Master Duel, I want to go over this deck real quick and explain what's going on here because of course everyone who's been playing this deck in the TCG or who's been playing the TCG in general will know everything about these cards already, but I'm sure there's some people in here that are tuning in just for the Master Duel side and are not familiar with this deck yet because it has just come out. So I want to talk about that real quick. Ryzeal is a very strong and very efficient rank 4 focused deck, which has it's basically like a level 4 version of Sprite, but a little bit better, I think, is how I would phrase it. So your main starters in the deck are going to be Ice Ryzeal, Sword Ryzeal and X Ryzeal, with X and Ice being the best ones. They are both Pyro Light monsters, which means you can search them out with Bonfire, which is already limited in Master Duel. That card, I think, was at 3 when these cards dropped in the TCG, so that was massive. But so Ice Ryzeal, in general, all Ryzeal main deck monsters have an effect that summons themselves from the hand under different conditions. And whenever you special summon a Ryzeal from your hand by its own effect, you will be locked into rank 4 monsters for the rest of the turn. That is the only restriction on the Ryzeal cards, is that when you special them from your hand, you are locked into rank 4s. That is for all of them, right? The conditions are different. For example, Sword Ryzeal, you can special summon if you have a Ryzeal on the field or in the graveyard. Ice Ryzeal, you can special summon by sending a card from your hand to the graveyard. X Ryzeal, you can special summon by sending an Xyz monster from the extra deck to the graveyard. And Star Ryzeal, you can special summon from your hand by detaching from a monster you control. And Node Ryzeal, you can special summon if you have an Xyz monster in the field or in the graveyard, right? So those are all the conditions to special summon the Ryzeals from your hand. And each individual one of them will lock you into rank 4s for the rest of the turn. And they all have different effects. Now, Sword Ryzeal on special summon adds you a light pyro monster from your deck to your hand, which is Ice Ryzeal, X Ryzeal, and Star Ryzeal. Node Ryzeal lets you send a card from your hand or field to the graveyard to revive a Ryzeal from the grave in defense position, which is why it's only a 1-of, because that's used for extension. Ice Ryzeal, I think, is the weirdest one, because it has an effect to special summon itself from hand, but it doesn't do anything when you special summon it. It's on normal summon, it special summons a Ryzeal from your deck, and that effect, most importantly, does not lock you into rank 4. If you just normal summon Ice to special summon one from deck, you will not be locked into rank 4s at that point yet, which was the reason for one of the most relevant versions of this deck in the TCG, which was Schmidt Ryzeal, because people would try to normal summon Ice Ryzeal, special summon Sword or X Ryzeal to get the search, and then just link them into Moon or overlay them into Exciton Knight, because that's also a Light Fiend, and then go into the Fiendsmith combo first, and then do some Ryzeal stuff after. Which you could technically do that in Master Duel right now as well. The only thing is, like, I don't want to do that right now because I want to try the pure version. Because the Fiendsmith engine is going to make this a lot weaker into cards like Fuvalos and Maxi, and also we only have 1 Bonfire, so you don't have the same amount of Ice Ryzeal in the deck, which in the TCG you could play like 6 Ice Ryzeals in the beginning, but you can't do that in Master Duel right now. So that's why I'm trying the pure version right now, but because Ice Ryzeal does not lock you into rank 4s, there was a version with Fiendsmith that was pretty good in the TCG and could still be played in Master Duel. X Ryzeal is arguably the most powerful Ryzeal monster, because you special summon it by sending a monster from your extra deck to the graveyard. And that does not start a chain. You just send from extra deck to graveyard and just put it onto the field, and you can then activate the effect to search another monster from your deck. And the most powerful synergy with this in Master Duel as of now is going to be Meteorologic Aggregator, which is a card that you might have seen before with like cards like Dogmatica Punishment or Nadir Servant or whatever. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target a face-up card on the field, negate its effects until the end of this turn. A very, very prominent play with X Ryzeal, especially when you're going second, is going to be sending Meteorologic Aggregator to the graveyard and then going like Chainlink 1 X Ryzeal to search a Fire Thunder, and Chainlink 2 Meteorologic Aggregator to negate one of your opponent's cards. Or you can also chain it the other way around depending on what the situation is, but basically this makes it so X Ryzeal, when you're going second, is not only a starter that goes +1 by special summoning itself and searching another monster, but also kind of a board breaker where you just send Aggregator and get to negate a card immediately. So like you basically go +1 and you negate a card on the field with X Ryzeal, which is why this card is so powerful. And that's also why they chose to put it to 2, I assume. Because X Ryzeal is by far the most powerful Ryzeal card. Star Ryzeal is also a 1-of because it's not a starter. But it is a very, very good card in pure Ryzeal decks, because this card lets you, on special summons, set a Ryzeal spell trap from your deck, which we'll get to in a second. But that is like a very good summon off of Ice Ryzeal. In general, Sword, X, and Ice, Sword, X, and Star all trigger no matter how they're special summoned. So like, whatever you summon off of Ice Ryzeal will get its effects, right? So normal summon Ice Ryzeal, special X, you get a search from X. Normal summon Ice, special Sword, you get a search from Sword. Normal summon Ice, special Star, you get a spell trap from Star. So you can, you basically, Ice Ryzeal just goes +2 on normal summon, which is really, really strong. So you can see how these cards are kind of like sprite monsters, but just a little better because they don't, they all, basically it's like sprites, but if sprites also worked alone, right? Like if one blue was full combo, that's what Ryzeal is basically, right? Because Ice, Sword, and X are all full combo on their own. And yeah. Then we have Ryzeal Cross, which is a very important card in the pure Ryzeal deck. There is some hybrid versions of the deck that forego Ryzeal Cross, but in every pure Ryzeal deck, you're going to see this card. It is recycling because you can target 2 Ryzeals in your grave, put them on the bottom, and draw a card, which is really powerful. But the more important part about this card is that once per turn, when a monster effect activated by your opponent resolves, you can detach a material from a Ryzeal you control, and if you do, negate that effect. So on resolution, negation is really powerful because you don't even have to chain it directly to their effect. You can just, your opponent activates a monster effect, you just say, okay, no response. And then in resolution, you're like, okay, I want to use my cross to negate it. And at that point, your opponent can't do anything anymore. They can't chain or change the way they want to do things. You know, they just like, they get negated in resolution. And Ryzeal Cross is also the main way how this deck plays around Nibiru, because you can search this card, set it up, and then if your opponent activates Nibiru, you just negate it on resolution with Ryzeal Cross. We got Ryzeal Plugin, which is a quick play Ryzeal Reborn, basically, from Banished or Graveyard, but it also attaches a Ryzeal card from your deck to a rank 4 you control, which is really important, actually, because Ryzeal Cross, in order to negate with Ryzeal Cross, you do need an Xyz material under a Ryzeal monster. Which sometimes you have like a Ryzeal Duo Drive or a Ryzeal Detonator that has run out of materials on the board. Let's say you have a Duo, this is going to be the most common scenario. You have a Duo Drive on the field with 2 materials. You detach both materials from the Duo Drive to search, and then you have a Ryzeal Cross. And then your opponent activates Nibiru, which right now, your Ryzeal Duo Drive has no materials. So technically, you cannot negate the Nibiru with the cross because you would have to detach a material from your Duo Drive. However, because you have to do that in resolution, not in response to the effect, what you can do is you can chain plugin to the Nibiru, attach a material to the Duo Drive, and then in the same chain, detach that material to negate the Nibiru on resolution with Ryzeal Cross, which is one of the main reasons why Ryzeal Plugin is even being played, besides just being follow-up and recursion in general, right? But like that is one of the main reasons why this card is very powerful. And then we got Ryzeal Plasma Hole, which targets cards your opponent controls up to the number of Ryzeal Xyz you controls and destroys them, and then you can attach a Ryzeal card from your grave to a rank 4 you control. Very powerful field effect, to be honest, because you just pop cards and then you get an extra material on your detonator, but also the graveyard effect is relevant here. Sometimes you can banish this card from your grave, Xyz summon an Xyz monster using monsters you control, including a Ryzeal. This can do some very neat things. You can just, I mean, obviously you can make rank 4s on your opponent's turn, but you can also overlay into things like Typhon when your opponent has summoned from the extra deck twice. You can make Zeus if your opponent has tried to attack your Xyz monster this turn. You can just overlay into a Zeus on their turn, which is really powerful. And most importantly, when you look back at the first TCG deck lists when Ryzeal came out, not everyone was playing Plasma Hole. But I think with Star Ryzeal, the card is pretty mandatory in Master Duel right now. At least I think you should play it because you're just going to get it for free with Star Ryzeal in a lot of your combos. So yeah. So the only thing that's left is go over the two extra deck monsters for Ryzeal, and I think we should go over Detonator first. This is obviously the poster child of this deck. 2+ level 4 Ryzeal monsters, so this thing needs Ryzeals. Keep that in mind. You have to overlay Ryzeals for Detonator. When your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, detach one material from this card, then target a card on the field, destroy it. This effect is not once per turn, not once per chain. So essentially, with Ryzeal Detonator, you can chain to everything your opponent does to destroy a card on the field. So this is the main way Ryzeal, this is the main Ryzeal interruption. This is what you're going to see on every single Ryzeal end board. This is what you're going to see under Max C, under Droll and Lockbird, under Fuvalos, under Perulia. They're always, basically always going to go Detonator pass. Also, if you make this thing with 2 Ryzeals, you're like, oh, this is just 2 pops. It's not that crazy. If this card is special summoned, you can attach 1 monster from your grave to this card as material. If an Xyz monster you control would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can detach a material from this card instead. So basically, this card is always going to have 1 more material than you use for it. Like if you make it with 2, it's going to have 3 materials. If you make it with 3, which can also sometimes happen, it's going to have 4 materials. And it has an effect to protect itself and other Xyz monsters. So really powerful endboard piece. However, I want to say one thing, right? This card is very, very strong and very powerful. Still, it being like the main way this deck interacts with other decks is not like, it's not unbeatable, because Ryzeal basically doesn't have a way to negate things other than like you have the 1 cross for monster effects, but especially spell cards, you have no way of negating, which is also why cards like Triple Tactics Talents and Triple Tactics Thrust and Forbidden Droplet and Ultimate Slayer and whatever were very, very popular cards during Ryzeal format in the TCG, and I would expect them to go back into decks here in Master Duel as well. I have Talents in the main deck right now. It's worth noting, however, that one problem with this sort of interaction is that board breakers in general are very strong against Ryzeal, but they are very bad against Malice. And that's one of the things that, like, that was one of the main problems, let's say, in the TCG for this format, is that you had to decide between, like, am I picking the cards that are really good against Ryzeal, or am I picking the cards that are really good against, like, Malice? Because we've all played in Malice format right now, right? And Malice is like really hard to beat with board breakers, because they just go too much, they have too much card advantage, too much follow-up, and too many layered interruptions, right? Like one Talents is not going to beat Malice, but one Talents can beat Ryzeal, right? And so like that's weird, especially in a best of 1 setting. But something like Talents to take the Detonator, or Book of Eclipse, or Book of Moon, all those cards were all very popular during Ryzeal format in the TCG and could see play in Master Duel right now, which is interesting. The last important interaction I want to mention with Detonator is that because it can attach any monster from the graveyard to this card, the card that it's most commonly going to have attached is Meteorologic Aggregator. Even when you're going first, most of the time you're going to send Meteorologic Aggregator for your X Ryzeal, and then you're going to attach it with the Duo Drive later, with the Detonator later, my bad. Which means that your Detonator is going to have an Aggregator attached, which makes it so that on your opponent's turn, let's say your opponent normal summons Ice Ryzeal, and you have Detonator with Aggregator attached. What you can do in response to the Ice Ryzeal is you can chain Detonator, detach Aggregator, destroy the Ice Ryzeal, then the Ice Ryzeal resolves, will summon, let's say, Sword Ryzeal. Sword Ryzeal, because your opponent is the turn player, your opponent is going to trigger Sword Ryzeal as Chainlink 1. You can then trigger Aggregator as Chainlink 2 to negate the Sword Ryzeal. So the Aggregator being attached to the Detonator will give you some interesting scenarios where you can negate a card on the field. However, this is something where you have to be very aware of like how the timing works with that sort of thing, because let's say your opponent normal summons something and activates its effect. If you detach the Aggregator at that moment for the Detonator, it'll trigger on a later chain, right? Like it won't trigger immediately, because first the chain where it gets detached has to resolve, and then on a new chain you can negate a card on the field. So it's not as easy to just negate whatever you want with it. But in some instances, like in the Ice Ryzeal example, the chain works out very nicely for it. So yeah. And then there's Ryzeal Duo Drive, which is a very, very strong card as well. 2+ level 4 monsters. This card is generic, which is very important. It does not need Ryzeals. For each material this card has, monsters you control gain 100 attack, and monsters your opponent controls lose 100 attack. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. If this card is special summoned, you can attach a Ryzeal monster from your grave to this card as material. During your main phase, you can detach 2 materials from a monster you control, and if you do, add 2 Ryzeal cards with different names from your deck to your hand. This is a really, really strong card because you search 2 cards for free. This is how, in a lot of the combos, you're going to get your Ryzeal Cross, you're going to get your Ryzeal plugin, or you're going to get your Ryzeal Plasma Hole. Most of the time, that's how you get to the spell cards, besides Star Ryzeal, of course. But not like... I think a lot of the times you're going to search for something like Cross plus plugin, or Cross plus node, or I don't know, maybe Star is sometimes a search if you have extra material laying around just for the free body and then get a spell trap with that one. But Duo Drive used to be, and I say used to be, one of the biggest choke points of the deck in the TCG. Because if you had a way to stop your opponent's Duo Drive, let's say Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, because it does not detach for cost, it detaches on resolution. So if you Ghost Ogre this, they cannot search unless they have another exceed that they can detach from, because it says detach materials from any monster you control. So like, if this is the only exceed they have and you Ghost Ogre it, they have nothing to detach and then they can't search. If you had Ghost Ogre, if you had Effect Veiler, if you had Ash Blossom, the smartest thing to do against Ryzeal was usually to just negate the Duo Drive, because then they were basically limited to Detonator Pass, right? That was one of the core things during Ryzeal format, was like, if you have a hand trap against Ryzeal, just hand trap the Duo Drive so you don't have to deal with Cross, Plugin, Plasma Hole, and they will basically always make Detonator Pass. Which is usually fine. I mean, most decks had to find a way to deal with Detonator in the format anyways. So setting them on or putting them on Detonator Pass was a good thing. The problem is that this interaction is going to be different in Master Duel right now because Star Ryzeal exists. This card did not exist when this deck first came out in the TCG, because this card can get you to Ryzeal Cross early. Holding your hand traps for Duo Drive might not always work, depending on how your opponent starts. Like, let's say you have an Ash Blossom and your opponent normal summons Ice Ryzeal. You are not guaranteed to be able to hold that Ash Blossom for the Duo Drive, because they might go Ice into Star into Cross, and then Cross is a monster negate, and that might make things weird. It's worth noting that if they just have Ice, the Ash is still good on the Duo Drive, because they have to detach for the Cross. And if they go Ice into Star into Cross and then make Duo Drive, and then effect of Duo Drive, if they negate the Ash by detaching for Cross, they won't have 2 materials anymore for the Duo Drive. So give and take, but this card definitely makes it harder to hand trap this deck efficiently, which was one of my favorite things about this deck in the TCG when it first came out, was that it had an actual choke point. You know, Duo Drive was an actual choke point, because then it was like holding your hand trap on the Duo Drive would basically always make their board weaker. Now with Star Ryzeal, it changes a little bit, which is weird. But yeah. The list that I've chosen to play today is pure Ryzeal. I want to see what this deck can do in its pure form first before I try any hybrid versions. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. But this deck, with only 2 extra Ryzeal and only 1 Bonfire, I think struggles with consistency way too much to just play it as a pure form without added consistency. So your starters in this deck are 3 Sword, 3 Ice, 2 X, and 1 Bonfire, which is only 9. It's only 9 starters, which is why I believe if you want to play pure Ryzeal, you have to play 7th Ascension and 7th Tachyon. Of course, these cards came out a while ago, and it's reveal a number monster in your extra deck between number 101 and 107. Add a monster from your deck to your hand with the same type or attribute. Then place a card from your hand on the top of the deck. Also, you're locked into Exceeds, which doesn't matter because you're playing Ryzeal. The things you can do with this card is you reveal Masquerade. And Masquerade lets you search for Ice Ryzeal or X Ryzeal, depending on whether you want the normal summon or the special summon, but it's basically a starter either way. It goes -1, but that's okay because the starter you're adding goes plus a lot. I think a lot of the time you're going to want to search Ice Ryzeal because that's going to make it better into Droll and Lockbird. If you go, because if you go 7 Tachyon, search Ice Ryzeal, and you get Droll and Lockbirded, you can still go normal summon Ice, special star, set the field spell, or set the trap, and make Detonator, which is still a respectable end board, which I think is okay. Also, I'm playing Silent Honor Arc with the with Surfacing Big Jaws. If you don't know what this card does, if this card's normal or special, you can add a fish shark from your deck to your hand, which we play Drake Shark for that, which lets you special summon. It's basically Poplar. If it's added, you can special it, and it's a level 4. So this card is basically a 1-card rank 4, which means that it's also a good normal summon technically. But if you activated a spell card this turn, you can also just special summon it. That basically turns the 7th Ascension and the 7th Tachyon into an extender as well, which I think is cool. You can also play Ragna Zero, actually. Someone just mentioned that, which might be a better card than Silent Honor Arc. Either one. The Ragna Zero is probably better because of the duo drive attack manipulation, yeah. Now I crafted Silent Honor Arc for nothing. Well, I think this should play Flame Banshee. Flame Banshee? Just to search. Yeah, searching. I just don't know what to cut from the extra deck for Flame Banshee, because I feel like all of the things I have here I want to play. Maybe the Ignis there is not necessary. Or Zeus. I think the Photon is good. I think I think this card is very good, because what people are going to do against this deck is try board breakers, and this card is really good against board breakers because it makes your stuff untargetable, and then you can make like an untargetable Baguska in defense mode with like duo drive up and cross. Maybe Zeus is not necessary. We can play Banshee over Zeus. Yeah. But yeah, I think it's enough said about Ryzeal. I think we just jump in and play some games and try and showcase some of the combos for it. I've played this deck a lot in TCG when it first came out. The only thing that I haven't played with is like pure Ryzeal with Star included, but I think that it shouldn't change the combo lines too much. All right, let's go first. Let's see if we can showcase a standard combo going first. Let's see. Okay. Great start. If I start 7th Ascension, it's really bad into Droll, but technically it baits an Ash Blossom. Like if they Ash my 7th Tachyon here, I will just pass. But it is better into Droll if I start with Tachyon. There's no reason to Ash 7th Ascension. Yeah, but not everyone knows that. But yes, technically it's correct to start with 7th Tachyon here. And I want to go ahead and reveal Masquerade. So into Max C, it would be best, into Droll, it would be best to go add Ice here. However, I do play through one hand trap if I add X Ryzeal. So let me add X. And let me put back... Normally I would put back the Drake Shark here, but it could be my normal summon. Purulia could also be my normal summon. Put back Drake for future turns. Yeah, Maxi is fine. So I guess I can't show you the full combo now because we are under Max C, but what I can do is I can showcase the max C compromise, I guess. So we're going to special summon X by sending Aggregator. In this case, it's very important that you don't try to chain block your X with Aggregator because you would have to negate your own X. Alright, they imperm X as well, which means we're going to normal summon the Charmy and make Duo Drive. This is going to suck into the Maxi. I could go Baguska Pass, but they have more. Okay, dude. Yeah, it's Baguska Pass. I think. I can't go Detonator Pass because this is a Mole Charmy. I haven't shuffled my deck, right? So like the top card of my deck is still Drake Shark, so let me get that out of there. Do you really need Banshee? We have Duo Drive anyways, right? I'm not sure if you need Banshee. I really am not sure. Okay. I wonder what deck that is. I really wish I kept the Zeus in. I'm already mad at whoever told me to cut Zeus for Banshee. Because turning this to attack and making Zeus would be such a sick line right now. Do I start with special summoning Star now? I think so. Solemn Judgment. Okay. What deck are they playing? What the hell is this? They got infinite hand traps and Solemns? The hell? Dinomorphia? Maybe, I guess. Okay, well. What deck was that? Was it Dinomorphia? Okay. Why the Solemns? Solemns are like not the worst in this deck because once again, Ryzeal is really powerful, but it is weak to board breakers. So I can see some people doing that in best of one. Dude, I draw the Drake Shark like it's my freaking job, man. 2 out of 2 games already. Normal summon Sword Ryzeal is your weakest combo, because normally you want to use your normal summon on ice. And this also tells your opponent that your hand is weak, basically. Yeah, this, I'm just gonna pass to this Ash Blossom. Ah. Tier 0, they said? No, no one ever said. No one has ever called this deck Tier 0 and knew what they were talking about. This deck is good, but it is not like... It's not that crazy. Wait, they blinded second? Uh-oh. Bro. I believe it has 16 starters, and I draw Drake Shark 3 games. I guess I'll Fuva here. It plays into talents, but what am I supposed to do? Ah. Having fun? I mean, I'm drawing unplayable hands with 16 starters in my deck. That is not going to be fun with any deck. See, this hand was good. The detonator animation is crazy. Oh, I would love to see that. But can you believe that we're 4 games in and I haven't been able to do it? Primite Ryzeal? No, it's probably just Blue Eyes. Why no Gallant Granite and Nib? You could. I just don't think it's necessary. Like, you basically only get to go Gallant Granite when you go first, and you go uninterrupted. And I think at that point, you don't need it to win. Check Discord. Yeah, that won't work. Ooh, I've drawn a starter. I think they had Ash. They thought about ashing the Perulia earlier. Or called by. Yeah, that's fine. If they go Baron before setting the wishes, that is going to be a problem. Activating this before making Spirit is crazy in case of Ghost Ogre. Okay. Bro. If they don't go for the trap, I'm guessing they play friggin' Crimson Dragon. Which is not going to be pleasant. Oh my god, oh yeah. This always happens when they put so many bricks in their deck that they just draw none of them. Instead, they go first, they draw Primite, Sage, Crossout, and Ash. Okay, they're not tagging out... Incredible. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, man. You cannot make that up. Okay, so I mean, I feel like I win no matter what I do here, but I'm just trying to think if I can win this turn. This goes for X Ryzeal. X Ryzeal goes into. It's gotta be game. There's Jet Dragon. There is Jet Dragon. That is true. So Jet Dragon just comes back. No, I know the card in hand, guys. Calm down. The card in hand is another Sage. Because for some reason they added another Sage with wishes. Ooh, animation! They waited for the perfect moment to use the true light. All right. I don't know how I feel about the Sharks. It's basically, it's really good unless you draw Drake Shark, which I've done 3 times in 4 games or something. A Fiendsmith deck, okay. Oh, they both resolve. Okay. New Charmy would be good here. I think I'm fine with the old 2 Charmies. Oh. How many gems did I spend? I spent 6,500 gems. But I also had like 200 ultra rare points already that I spent, almost all of them. So I would have needed more. I had to after 6,500 gems, I still had to spend like 200 ultra rare crafting points. So, yeah. In this instance, we can do the aggregator chain block, or we can send a duo drive to have another duo drive to attach. I mean, this is likely an imperm, not a called buy. So chain blocking doesn't help. Let's do this. Ooh, did they draw Paradise? They may have drawn Paradise. Did they add Paradise? No, they added Tract. We can do something here where I go normal summon, ice, special star, get the field spell, and then make a detonator. So I have a monster negate live. Yeah, that seems good. Because this is going to be 4 summons. Okay. I guess they wanted to guarantee a draw from it, but I have Ash anyways because I'm just better. Yeah. I think the Perulias are cuttable. I just put them because I think they're good in the mirror match. But you can maybe find other cards that are also good in the mirror, but also work going first. Alright, we're going second with 1 imperm and they have Malice Sleeve. I am not happy about that. Yeah. Alright. We Gamba. The set is not real. That was real. The reason why I'm happy about doing that anyways is because if that is a Malice trap, the imperm will never win me the game. Like never. It doesn't matter. I can hold it for what am I holding it for? I can hold it for Apple maybe. But like They have too much. Yeah, maybe if my hand was really good. If I had like X Ryzeal and stuff, maybe, but yeah. Oh, welcome back, Drake Shark. It's like every time I draw hands like this going second, I'm like, I hope it's Ryzeal, because I can actually play Yu-Gi-Oh against Ryzeal with this hand. I cannot play Yu-Gi-Oh against Malice with this hand. My hand is good this time, so I'll try, but I don't think it's possible. Especially because they started with Allure, so they're gonna have like 7 cards in hand. I wonder if there is a spot where I can imperm, but I don't think so. Because, like, the Appaloosa, I don't actually need to imperm, because this deck is not that bad into Appaloosa. Like, I have X, so I can just go X, like, I can chain block Aggregator to negate it, or I go chainlink 1 X, chainlink 2 Aggregator. If they want to negate the Aggregator, they're already down to 800, and I still get my search. Maybe I can imperm Splash Mage. But they haven't used March here yet, so... I can imperm Chessy Cat to limit the amount of non-engine they have. It all feels so weird. I don't think it's imperm Chessy Cat. Does Ryzeal Plasma Hole count as a hole trap? Yeah, you can send it for Rafflesia. But you still need Ryzeal monsters on the field to do that. I knew that was gonna happen. I mean, the problem is that they're gonna have like 5 non-engine next to this. Yeah. I'm doing it now in case they have called by, they negate their own maxi. Normally I wanted to wait. Okay. I wanted to wait for the ransom activation, but no. Yeah, I don't know. This yeah. This Malice is not gonna die from this at all. There's even an argument that becoming Malice becomes better. Playing Malice becomes better now because people are not gonna play Lancia anymore. But this deck is still by far the most miserable deck to play against in the format. And it's not close. They play Code of Soul. Because the deck is not auto-win enough yet. barely not enough. Because our aggregator... Oh, wait, no, this is a Cyverse. Bro, you... Dude, people are gonna see this and be like, yeah, you look, Malice is breakable. Malice is balanced. And that's why it doesn't even feel good to win like that. It doesn't even feel good to win like that because people are going to use this and say like, oh shit, Malice is fine. Which, god damn it. Biohazard, thank you so much for the 5. I appreciate you. Thank you. It feels a little good. Yeah, no, it feels good, but like, come on, man. Dude! I think I'm cutting the sharks. Oh my god, what is this now? Why does no one want to play a good old Ryzeal mirror with me? Come on. Normally I wouldn't ash this, but I have 2 anyways. I'm just like, fuck it. The problem is I don't have a play right now. Maybe I should let him continue. Well, my hope is that they overlay the statue now, basically. Or just pass, which is, I guess, fine. I just need 1 Ryzeal. Okay. I guess I didn't need a Ryzeal. I guess I didn't even need a Ryzeal because they would have left anyways. They would have left anyways. Okay, I'll be right back. I don't know, man. I don't think I should cut the shark the more I think about it. Because, like, worst case, it's still a level 4 normal summon, which sometimes is useful next to Ryzeal. And then you have so many ways to put it back on top of the deck with the Tachyon card. Need to drop some Ascension. That is a crazy thing to say right now. These cards are uncuttable in this deck, I think. In pure Ryzeal, you cannot cut these cards. Because the thing you have to realize is that even if you draw 2 of these, you can just put one back for the other and it doesn't matter. The only thing I'm considering right now is maybe cutting the Perulias because they don't seem that great into everything that isn't Ryzeal, which there isn't even that much Ryzeal right now. And they are also bad going first. So like, but I'm not sure what else I should. I'm poor. Can I sub them for Small World? I guess so. If you have to check if your bridges work out, but technically, yeah. Lancia? Nah, I'm not gonna play Lancia. I don't know what else I want to play though. You can play Desires, but I'm not sure if that's a good idea because it's at 1. So it's a little weird to change your deck for it. Maybe we can play 1 Desires. We can win games without Cross or without Plugin or without Field Spell. That can work. Yeah, it's a little awkward with the Drake Shark though, but I guess maybe it's worth the risk. What about the Spirit package? No, if you want more normal summons that combo, you can just play more copies of Big Jaws, which I think that's not the worst idea. To play like a second Big Jaws. I think that's something you could do. I'll put the Zeus back in. Oops, wrong. Is Ryzeal legal for Worlds? Yes. Yes, it is. The Worlds format is going to be an interesting one. I mean, you're going to see Ryzeal and Malice on a lot of teams, I think. Oh, by the way, we're going to be streaming a Challenger Cup on Friday with the Worlds rules from the Konami studios in Windsor. I'm going to be traveling there on Wednesday. So there's not going to be a stream on Wednesday, but we're going to be doing some stuff from the Konami offices. With, I think we're doing Worlds Rules Challenger Cup, which is going to be fun. We can play a Thrust, I guess. Let's just play a Thrust for the traps when you go first. It's okay. There's also an argument. You can play 1 Lancia in this deck to search with 7 Tachyon. But the thing is, you never know you're going up against Malice unless you get like Dominus Impulse, I suppose. Then you would know it could be Malice. Is Light Dragon necessary? If you don't have it, you can play something else. This is a great hand in the Ryzeal Mirror. It's gonna suck into Malice. But I guess that is going to be most hands with this deck going second. It was also like that during the format in TCG, by the way. Most of the time, most of the decks that I played, going second into Malice, it was just awful. It was just an awful matchup. Maybe you should Ash X Ryzeal, actually. Because this will... They can go get a cross before Dual Drive if they do it right, right? Like, they go special sword, add ice, normal ice, get star, get cross, then make detonator. Yeah, I should have ashed X. Because now I have to ash ice. It's so stupid. I have to ash ice. It's gonna feel so bad. Or I hold it for my turn in case they have max C, but that seems odd. No, I'm ashing. I should have ashed X. I think with X Ryzeal is the one you have to ash now with star existing. This was different. I was a little too TCG brained before star came out right now. I should not have okayed the X Ryzeal. That was my bad. Yeah. Is Gordian Slicer good? Gordian Slicer is good, yes. I don't know if there's going to be many decks that are going to main deck it, but it's a solid board breaker, which is especially interesting because board breakers are good in Ryzeal format. But I think the problem with board breakers in general right now in best of one Master Duel is that it's not guaranteed to be Ryzeal format. It could just as well be Malice and Ryzeal format. And then if you play board breakers, for the most part, you're going to be like good into Ryzeal and bad into Malice. The same is true for Ultimate Slayer. Yeah, Ultimate Slayer is really good against Ryzeal. Like, just Ultimate Slayer the Detonator and you're good. Is Detonator weakened to breakers without Eclipse Twins? Yeah. I mean, Detonator has no negate or anything attached to it. Any spell that outs a monster can out it. Unless you're trying to destroy... You just can't destroy it because it can't protect. But everything that doesn't destroy outs it. Like Book of Moon, Book of Eclipse, Ultimate Slayer, Gordian Slicer, Talents. All those cards are good against Detonator. No cross. They did not go for cross, which is good, I guess. For me, we'll see. So this is the downside with Ashing X Ryzeal, is if they have a normal summon. What is this? Auto close? What is auto close? Auto close on. That's a new setting. What does that do? I feel this is healthier than Pepe, to be honest. Whoever told you Ryzeal is unhealthy is wrong, in my opinion. Ryzeal is a fine deck. It's a good deck, but it was never unhealthy. Okay, this is actually... I'm not unhappy about this Pot of Desires right now. Even though I'm probably going to have to use it later because there's some stuff I definitely don't want to banish right now. Okay, Talents is live. That's good. They also did not detach Aggregator. I told you about that interaction earlier. If they had detached Aggregator now, they could just negate my sword. But this way they will just pop it, I guess. Okay, well, we still have plays now. The Talents is live, so the Big Jaws is a great extender here. So we grab X. Is Kurikara good as a one-off against Ryzeal? If you can search it. I'm not locked into 4s yet. Okay, they're going to Detonator pop their own card here, which is weird. Okay, they pop itself, which means I can just take the Duo Drive. And then the Plasma Hole is also turned off. Okay, they're gonna negate the Duo Drive, which is fine. I could have actually used this turn. And I'm still thinking about... iPhone is live. If I attack... I have Zeus in my deck. Zeus is really nice here. Let's do that. Actually, but if I Zeus, my X Ryzeal can't search anymore. Yeah. I think Zeus is still good here. Let's try. I mean, if Zeus goes through, then that's going to be sick. But this does not lock me into rank 4, so I can go with this first. Okay, that's a good card here to have. Did they search? No, they searched the trap, right? They didn't search that. Okay, they drew Ryzeal plugin, which is going to be good. Because that's gonna give them a material on the detonator, which means they have a pop, and it makes the plasma hole live again. All right, Big Jaw's effect. I think that will foil my Zeus plans. Tornado Dragon. Yeah, the Zeus won't work. So we're going to negate this detonator to force them to use it right now. Yep. They should pop the extra Ryzeal probably. Yep. Gonna get node. The monster would be destroyed by card effect. I can protect. So that's the thing is, one set is plasma hole. I know that. So this is technically really good here. Exiton? No, we have the same number of cards. See, now I can technically activate Duo Drive even though it has no materials. It's negated, so I won't, but... Okay, Imperm. Okay, last card in hand. Last card set is the trap. If I special node now, they might just pop it. Let's see if they do. They should, I think. Oh, okay. Back node. And this. Technically should have targeted sword here just in case they play Bestials, which most people don't, but... Okay, so if I go for Duo Drive here, that just gives them something to pop with the trap. I have to go Detonator. I have to go Detonator here, I think. Why no Baguska in attack and go Zeus? I'm locked into rank 4s like since ages ago. Do I go for Cross or Plasma Hole? I think Cross. Okay. And someone now tell me, please, that this mirror match is not more fun than the Malice mirror match. That this does not look healthier than the freaking Malice mirror. Can we talk about how that was real Yu-Gi-Oh? Or still is? Okay, I banished my trap with the desires. Last card in hand is Ash. Alright, that should be fine. Don't need to pop the ice. And the thing is, they still have counterplay, unironically. If they draw a monster here and they play Typhon, they can just normal summon, make Typhon, bounce Detonator, and attack my Star Ryzeal, and that's like, you know, this is fine for them. This game is not... Oh, they don't play Typhon. Okay, well, that's on them. Typhon, by the way, in Ryzeal format, if you don't play Typhon, you're throwing. You are throwing. There's no way that this deck should not have Typhon. Typhon legit might win them the game there. If I don't top deck next turn, I lose the Typhon. You could have popped the Ash? No, I couldn't. I could not have popped the Ash. That Detonator does not do what you think it does. Detonator can only respond. You cannot just pop whenever you want with Detonator. Yeah, they don't play Typhon. Are you playing Ray Lancer? No, I played it in the TCG for such a long time because they all played it in the OCG and I just never really needed it. This stupid idiot. This stupid idiot. Alright, it is Ryzeal. How many times you get Drake Shark in your hand? Like 6 already. In like 8 or 9 games, which is insane. But the thing is, like, even in this hand, it's not that bad. I just put it back for a 7th Tachyon, you know? It's like, it's kind of whatever. Ah! Ice special node is crazy work. Okay. I guess they have sword already. Will you play some remote this week? Nah, this week I have like barely any time. I'm leaving for the UK on Wednesday. So I'm only live today and tomorrow. Well, I mean, we're doing content in the UK from the Konami studio, so there will be streams, but I'm only streaming from home like twice this week. Today and tomorrow. Too bad. I'm sure you will love current TCG decks. No, I already love the TCG format, but it's just like I'm gonna have to focus on Master Duel this month. Like the World Championship is in 3.5 weeks. So I'm gonna be focused on Master Duel. As much as I love the new TCG decks, I really do. And I'm probably gonna go to like locals at some point, even this month, just to like, you know, try it a little bit, but you know, I'm gonna have to focus on TCG. On Master Duel, I mean. Okay, so they added Cross and Plasma Hole. Are Malice and Ryzeal both legal for Worlds? Yes, this current format that we're playing right now is the Worlds format. As far as I know, there's no more changes for Worlds. So like this right now is Worlds format. Which means as a result, I think most teams are going to have one Malice player and one Ryzeal player, and then the third is going to be whatever. What are they doing? Well, they're playing Ryzeal for the first time, so let them be. Oh, that's gonna help so much, dude. Oh god. Okay. Plasma hole set. The worst thing that can happen is Maxi. I'm telling you right now, Maxi is the worst thing that can happen. Everything else, I think we're fine. All right, Talent's live. That's already important. Once again, they did not detach the aggregator. Oh, they didn't even attach the aggregator. Okay, never mind. Why normal, not special summon? Oh, Ice Ryzeal only activates on normal summon. Special summoning Ice does nothing. It just puts it on the field. All it does. Okay. Give me something. You gotta give me something here. I think that's the weirdest part about Ice Ryzeal, by the way, is that it, like, the lock is on the weaker effect, if you know what I mean. Like, I know it's a theme with Ryzeals where they all lock you when you summon them, when you special them from your hand. But I think it's so weird that Ice Ryzeal locks you for the, like, the mediocre and almost irrelevant part of its effect. Where the arguably broken thing about it is just normal summon and special from deck. Right, yeah. The Talon's take always puts this deck in such a weird position. And they destroy their own X Ryzeal with the detonator here. It's very, very weird, but okay. Destroy that. Talon's take. We are gonna take the detonator. Their plasma hole is still live. But I probably just play into it. I probably, at this point, I'm probably going to take the risk of desiring. Or do it. No, I can just Tachyon first, I think. Yeah, let's Tachyon first. Let's see if they do something about that. I'm trying to add a light monster. So I'm going to grab X and put back the shark. That is a good draw. That is a very, very good draw. That's a problem. Okay, they let this go through, which is not great, I think. They should not have done that, but we are not locked into rank 4s yet, so we can make Typhon or Zeus, but the Zeus would be... The Zeus would only have one material, which is kind of pointless. But Typhon is also not crazy here. I mean, Zeus at least has 3,000 attack and defense, so it's going to be harder to get over. They have... I don't know if they searched guaranteed follow-up. I feel like, no, they have a sword in hand, I think. They have a sword Ryzeal in hand. Zeus secret effect might come up? Not really, right? Unless they are dumb enough to pop my set card. But I think it is Zeus no matter what. Because, like, the thing is also, next turn, it's more likely if I have a next turn, they might find game. But oh, what do they have? They have something they can use. Okay. I'll set my plasma hole, and if they like go tornado dragon to pop it or something, I might trigger my. Oh, it might be Lancia. Yeah, it might be Lancia. But sword. I didn't play into Nib. That's why it can't be Nib. They have a sword Ryzeal for guaranteed follow up, and they have cross to shuffle stuff back. So this is looking good for them. But if they mess up, maybe there's a chance also next turn. I mean, my hand is good for next turn. But because they have the set plasma hold, there's a world where they can't just kill me, right? Because they can pop my Zeus and just attack. Why not leave detonator? It wasn't mine. I took it with talents. I would have had to give it back. They put node back in. They did. Smart. The problem is, even if they play into the Zeus, they have cross up. So like, it's not gonna matter. Unless they like do something very weird now, like Tornado Dragon first action, like right now. Then they get cooked, but yeah. It was Lancia. I mean, unironically, this deck could make the concession and still play Lancia in ranked because you play the 7th cards. You can put back like this is an argument to play like bricky cards sometimes because you have so many cards that don't care. You just put them back. Where's your X Ryzeal? This was weird. This was weirdly done. Rematerial. Okay. Huh? Exosister Isophiel. Why'd they make this? Okay. This was the best way you could think of outing a Zeus? I don't even die to this. You have no interruption. End fist. Okay. Oh, welcome back. Oh no, actually, I didn't shuffle my deck. No, that was always on top. Yeah, of course. I was about to complain. No, but I put it to the top last turn. It didn't shuffle afterwards. Yeah. And aggregator. Okay, Effect Veiler. I should know the last card in hand, or am I tripping? Shouldn't that be the X Ryzeal search? Like another sword? Yeah, they added a sword. Yeah, they added a sword. Okay, that's a sword Ryzeal. Okay, good. Do I desires first? It could cost me the game. I feel like I have everything under control if I normal summon Drake Shark. Okay, so I had to normal summon my thingy. Well, I'm definitely grabbing a sword Ryzeal, which I can special. And then the other one, I could grab cross, but I could also just special star. But I can also grab star with the sword. So let's get node. So special sword. Get star. Now I can special star by detaching from duo drive. This will now get me the field spell. And let's draw with the field spell now. Extend ice to the bottom. Followed by the grave is very good here. Because I'm not going to be able to kill this turn. This deck in general is not great at, like, killing. Yeah, let's go detonator. Kill the turn. Yeah, oh, no, I forgot I have plasma hole. I can pop the 2 exceeds. And just make one more with node, yeah. Yeah, okay, now it's time to desires. Okay, I banished plugin, but that's okay. Oh wait, no, I have no Ryzeal in the grave right now. But I drew this, so it should be fine. Is the deck a lot less broken without Eclipse Winds? I mean, it is less broken. It's still good. Yeah, it actually wasn't game if I didn't draw the shark there. But fine. I mean, that game, to be honest, we won that game because our opponent clearly hasn't played much Ryzeal before. That was definitely they had the game on that previous turn. Or at least if they didn't go for game, they could have definitely made a much stronger board because their board basically had no interruptions. More bookmarks, Pog. Yeah, I saw they added that, but I haven't really been using that personally. But maybe I should. Okay, this hand's good. Okay, we get Ashed on Ice Ryzeal, and this is one of the reasons why I don't think like Ash is not great against this, because if I have one extender in hand, you're just getting cooked, which is the case here. Like, I'm just gonna special summon the sword. Which is just in general why this deck is good into hand traps. Like, hand traps are just not great against Ryzeal. In this case, we can go ahead and duo drive and check for another hand trap. What's the choke point for Ryzeal? It used to be duo drive, but I'm gonna be honest with you, if you're trying to beat Ryzeal, just don't play hand traps. The unfortunate thing is then it's gonna be rough against Malice, but like against Ryzeal, just let him cook. They have detonator and a field spell. Like, it's not that difficult. Activate one talents and you're fine. Most of the time. I would like to get plug-in here to play best around Nibiru, but then I won't get the trap card. Actually, I can get the trap card with 7th Tachyon, maybe. So here, the thing is, like, even if we were to get Nibiru'd, I can chain plug-in to give my duo drive a material, and then I can negate with cross. Special node. I don't know if I'm using node effect here. I could. Oh, if they nib here, I would actually, that'd be very cool. If they nibbed here. Oh, nice. Okay. I get to showcase it. So plugin special summons the sword here, and then the second part of plugin is going to attach Star Ryzeal. Actually, this is perfect. This is not a great Nibiru because I get to do all this. So now in resolution, because the duo drive now has a material, I use cross to negate the Nibiru. And now, because I don't have to be afraid of Nibiru anymore, I can just use node to send the duo drive to bring back Star. Yeah, they messed up with that nib. That nib was not good. But yeah, this is how you play around Nibiru by going duo drive first. Even though the duo drive has no material, you can get to a material with the card that you search with duo drive. Node Reborn's negated? Maybe it does. Actually, it's been a while. Oh, it's negated. Okay, yeah, sure. Then, whatever. I still could have made 2 rank 4s afterwards, right? I wouldn't have gotten the trap, but... Is Nib bad right now? Nib is only good against Ryzeal if you can stop the cross. Which means you have to pair it with other hand traps, but it gets significantly harder with Star in the mix. Ooh, another blind second deck. I wonder what that is. This deck is quite weak into board breaker decks, so like I'm not happy about being sent first here. And my hand is mid too, but alas. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one against Ryzeal. I wonder if I get the trap or the cross, because it's going to be detonator pass here. But I don't know if I, like, the thing is, cross is the stronger interruption, but it does cost me a detonator material, and I'm already only going to have 2 materials on the detonator, so I think it is Plasma Hole. Cross is follow-up, but I'm not too worried about that. I have Max C in hand. And I'm playing against an OTK deck, so it's like, whatever. Okay, so this Desires banished the Shark. Okay. And I'm gonna draw a cross anyways. Have you considered that? Yeah, I mean... I would have liked to draw like an Ash Blossom here more than this, but I think it's fine. We'll see. It's definitely, if it's Tenpai, they are very likely to win here, but we'll see. It's probably Tenpai, right? Is Ice Ryzeal or X Ryzeal the best starter? It depends, honestly. It depends on what version you're playing. In the pure deck, they are basically the same card. Okay, this Ultimate Slayer just cooks me completely. Yeah. Yep. Yep. I don't have anything I can draw, I think, unless they mess up. Master Duel is amazing. I mean, the thing is, like, my deck is weak to this sort of thing. I can't really complain about it because in this particular instance, it's Tenpai. But there's, like, other decks that can do essentially the same thing. What did... Okay. Let's just not talk about it, all right? I mean, I don't have much left to search. Cross is in the graveyard. I have no way of getting it back, which is really annoying. I can't play around Nibiru anymore. I guess Detonator first, just to guarantee that I can pop shit. Or I go Tornado Dragon first. Oh. Okay, Dominus Impulse without a trap is fine. I'm not going to play around Nibiru. They clearly play board... I mean, they play some hand traps, but I don't know how likely it is they play Nib. And I think I don't beat Nib no matter what. So... Or like, I don't beat Nib plus follow-up, is what I should say. Unless I just go Detonator path. But I think if they had Nib, they would have just let me summon with Node. So this is 5,200, and then I can Plasma Hole XC summon into another Detonator. I think that's game. Unless I'm missing something. Yeah, okay, we don't count this game. I have no idea what they were doing. They just added Genroku, discarded Genroku foot. This does not count. We would have lost that one easily. We would have lost that one instant. Okay, I'll grab lunch real quick. Let me open the deck list so people can look at it. I'll be right back. Okay. I don't really have anything per se that I want to change at the moment. So I think we're just going to run a couple more games with this. You can play Mathmech Circular and Ryzeal? Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. I mean, it's honestly, it's not even about playing the deck yourself, but I just feel like playing against Ryzeal is a lot more enjoyable. Okay, this hand obviously is weird, especially going first, but I think we still set this. I don't know if I'm supposed to ash this card, but it would give me a lot of time if they don't start with a perfect Ryzeal here. Okay. That is not what I thought was going to happen. I mean, they probably just pass. Oh, never mind. Okay. X Ryzeal. That's fine. That could be X Ryzeal and more. That is unfortunately not live. Unless they ash my desires, which would be great. Now here's the thing. I don't actually have to imperm this Baguska. Unless this set is called by the grave, but I don't think it is because they let my Max C go through last turn. Because of how good of a card X Ryzeal is, I can just go special X Ryzeal, send Aggregator, and I can go Chainlink 1 X Ryzeal, Chainlink 2 Aggregator, and then the Baguska will be negated by the time the X is trying to resolve. And I can hold Imperm for next turn. Yeah, X Ryzeal is a really good card. I haven't normal summoned, so why not go for Ice? And I also, because I'm good, I did not banish my Ryzeal Cross with Desires. I banished Plugin and Plasma Hole, but that's fine. I kept Star and Cross. So now I actually don't think we need to go duo drive here because I have barely anything left to search, to be honest. I think I just go detonator first to be nib safe. Attach the third material. And now I think a little tornado dragon to bait that back row. I'm not gonna I don't have to go for game here. My position is very good. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what they were hoping I would do. All it took was one extra Ryzeal. Honestly, with this hand, I could go for the shark stuff. Yeah, you know what? Let's do some sharks. This is where in TCG you could make Bahamut Shark and summon Toad back in the day. I think we do the normal cross and plug-in stuff. And now this is a special summon because we control duo drive. Add ice. Normal ice. Oh, I should have activated cross already. Back in the day, did they ban Toad? No, they banned... Yeah, I should have put cross, but it's fine. This is not a problem. Actually, because I started with the sharks, I couldn't have even prevented this with the plugin if I had the cross up, but it's actually whatever. Actually, this might be better for me because they played into my talents. So this is actually not bad. Punished? It's not a punish. It's not a punish because I couldn't have negated it anyways because I can't activate plugin because I had no Ryzeals in the grave. Yeah, your deck does not beat Detonator, little bro. Let's draw first. Maybe I find another card. Recycle, X, and Ice. And then activate this. And Ascension. This is... It's a little bit awkward into Typhon here. I'm trying to think. I mean, it's fine, I guess, but Typhon is going to be solid against this setup. Yeah, fine. Right, it was macro, anti-spell, ogre. Popping off. Detonator, good card. Oh! Okay. That is a bricked up Malice. You love to see it. No Imperm, I suppose. They could have had Imperm because, like, against Ryzeal, Dominus Impulse is not very good. The only card you can hit with it is Ice. Unless you want to hit a Note, but that's, like, super late in the combo. They only played one Imperm, though, so it's unlikely. Are they going to cut it? I don't think they're gonna cut it, because, like, even though just being able to hit Ice Ryzeal is not great, but that's like still fine. And in all the other matchups, it's still an insane card. So I don't think they're gonna cut. I don't think they're gonna cut the card. Is this playable without Tachyon package? I would not advise it. I would really not advise it. I think it's not consistent enough because without Tachyon, it has 9 starters. Oh, fuck off, man. Okay. It was the wrong Tachyon spell. If we have the other one, it's actually super fine. Only 9 starters? Yeah, 9 is not many. You don't have to put it in quotations like that. Like 9 starters is not consistent enough for a top deck. Would you run Tachyon without Ascension? I don't want to craft 3 more URs. Yeah, you can do that. I mean, especially if people run Droll, like in this particular instance, this one is a lot better than the other one. So, yeah, if you have the Tachyons, but you don't want to get Ascensions, sure. Still play them. They can make Zeus if they play it. They're not locked. Okay, no Zeus. X lock. Oh no, they started X. My bad. I thought they started Ice. Yeah, no, they were locked. What's the choke point of this deck? Mostly the duo drive, if you can. You won't always be able to, but called by here. Yeah. That's why. Okay, we win. And this is the genuine reason why Charmies are good in this deck. Whenever you get interrupted on special X, normal summoning a Charmy is just like a really strong play. Of course, you would rather normal summon Ice Ryzeal, but like worst case, this being your normal summon here is completely fine. How is the mirror? I would classify the Ryzeal mirror as fine. I don't think it's like the best mirror ever. It's not bad. I think it's like the reason why I like it so much is because this deck released in like a time period where we just came out of like Snake Eye Tenpai and Yubel, and then there was also Malice, which are all just like so much worse in comparison, the mirror match, you know? So like this mirror is just okay. It's not like the best mirror ever or whatever, but it's just like so much more enjoyable than everything else that it looks very good in comparison. Okay. They have Droll and Lockbird too. Normal summoning this to not give a draw to the Maxi. I'm thinking like, do I detonator here? Or do I just balance, look at hand, pass? Because they didn't have a play last turn. And I have an imperm. I have 2 imperms. So I think I don't see a world where this doesn't. I mean, I'll check out their hand and see if what deck they're playing. Okay, I don't know what deck they're playing still. But I think if I have 2 imperms, there's no way they can draw out of it, right? I think I could just take out the Ghost Ogre. Yeah, take out the Ghost Ogre. They need like Lacrima. Yeah, but even Lacrima is not going to do it against 2 imperms. Because I just imperm Lacrima on summon. And then I still have an imperm. And I have crazy follow-up. Oh, no need to give them draws here. That's another thing with Ryzeal. It very often forces your opponent, because of how Sword and X Ryzeal work, it forces your opponent to use cards like Fuvalos or Maxi without a guaranteed draw, you know? They have to use them in like an open game state, which means that you have then the decision on how many cards you're going to give them, and you can just give them 0. Yeah, they just played Ryzeal. They just played Ryzeal, but with less Tachyons, right? It looks like they only have 1/7 Tachyon, because otherwise you would never play 3/7 and 1. You would never play 3 Ascension, 1 Tachyon. But they just played. I just don't think this is enough starters. I don't think this is 13. I don't think that's enough. Pendulum is dead going second against Ryzeal. You didn't have to add those last 2 words. Like, Pendulum is dead going second, period. Was sufficient. Yeah, I'll do it. I'm not happy about it, but I'll do it. It makes me able to go big jaws because I have activated a spell like first action. Okay, here, I actually, I'm not sure if I should talents to look at their hand. I have talents look at hand and then 7th ascension to play, but it's like they seem to be playing a deck with a decent amount of hand traps. If I now look at their hand and they have one more hand trap, I have to take that one away. If they have 2 hand traps, it might get weird. But nah, that knowledge too good, I think. Okay, well, 2 7th Tachyon and evenly. Sure, we'll take the evenly. Yeah. Evenly, by the way, I guess we can talk about evenly for a second, because whenever a new deck comes out, someone always asks, like, how good is evenly against this deck? Evenly against pure Ryzeal is fine, because they have no way to negate it. They have no way to negate it, and it will get rid, especially before Eclipse Twins is out. Like, you will basically always play against Detonator if you evenly them, right? Which, if your deck has no problem with Detonator, or you have enough other answers for Detonator, then you can play evenly against this deck, and it might just work out for you. Because for the most part, what's going to happen, no matter what else they do, right? Like, they have Detonator, the field spell, the trap, more imperm set, more called by set, whatever, you know. Evenly is always going to resolve, and they will basically always keep a Detonator with 3 materials. So if you can deal with that consistently, then Evenly is a very good card against this deck. Basically no questions asked. It's a good card against this deck. If your deck can beat Detonator, which most decks can, you know. Evenly chain Lancia might hurt. Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, if they play Lancia in the main deck, they have a potential answer, and then you also lose your battle phase. That's gonna suck. Yeah, true. Okay, good hand. I'm gonna start with the 7th Tachyon here, because normal summon sword is your weakest starter. So I'd rather. I mean, I think I'm gonna add Ice Ryzeal, because otherwise, if I get drolled, it's a little too bad. Because now if I get drolled, I'm fine. I'll just go Ice into Detonator and then Talents their hand. Well, other way around. And now this plays through a hand trap because I have Sword Extension. Which means I'm going to grab Star here for the field spell early. They give me board breaker deck vibes, which is a problem. Genuinely, with Ryzeal, most of the time you want to get hand trapped. You want to get hand trapped because your cards trade very well into hand traps. They don't trade well into board breakers or strong engines. So if they are playing a board breaker deck right now, I might be in trouble. There is a line that I can take against board breakers that kind of cooks them. I can do the Starleash Baguska board, yeah. Oh god, it's crunchy. Oh my god, it's crunchy. So what I'm doing right now is this thing is 2 level 4 monsters. While this exceeds summon monsters on the field, your opponent cannot target monsters you control with 2000 or more with card effects. This is basic, and they can't be destroyed by card effects. So this is going to make my entire board untargetable. So, and the cool thing is, now I'm going to activate Duo Drive, and I'm going to detach from this, and not from the Duo Drive. So here, the Duo Drive is going to keep its materials, so I am not going to, lose the attack boost. So everything is going to stay over 2000. Yeah. So now, let me see. I have 2 Ryzeals engraved, so I'm going to special this. I'm going to have to send the card from my hand to the grave here for this to turn into a rank 4. I can send the talents away, I guess. And then I bring back one of these. And now, normally you can make Baguska, or I think Baguska is better here. Unfortunately, I can't make both because I don't have a... Actually, I can. No, I can't. I can't make both unless I want to send my plasma hole to the graveyard. I can also make detonator and then try to exceed summon on their turn with the plasma hole. But I think it's better to make Baguska here. So now the Baguska is untargetable because of the Star Leash, which I think this is probably the best thing you can do against board breakers. Do I hold the plugin? I might hold the plugin. Try to get non-engine. I mean, I can't. The thing is, like, I don't have enough Ryzeals in the graveyard. Maybe I should have left one Ryzeal in the graveyard and not attached to Duo Drive so that Cross can draw a card here. Because I only have one Ryzeal in the grave right now. Can it be Raigeki? No, this thing just protects everything from card effects as well. So, like, the only thing that outs this in a board breaker deck is Droplet. Because X Ryzeal sending Aggregator, you can negate the Aggregator with Cross. But it is a board breaker deck, so it's not unlikely that they're going to have Droplet. If they have Droplet, it's cooked. And Book of Eclipse. Yeah, Book of Eclipse cooks it too. Do I care about them adding back? Oh, whatever. Oh. Slayer, they can't target. They cannot target, they cannot destroy by card effects, and they can't use monsters. Basically, it's Droplet or Book of Eclipse. Oh, they play Malice with board breakers. Okay. Evenly? Yeah, evenly would be good. But like when they had no hand traps, I just assumed it was board breaker Tenpai, so I wasn't expecting evenly. Okay. I mean, yeah, this board is hard to break. Unironically, it's not an easy board to break. So this is basically your option versus board breaker decks. Widow Anchor your own Lingaribo. Go. Yep. It's funny because they didn't try to. They did not try to, like, Widow Anchor on their turn, so they clearly understood that they couldn't target my stuff. But then they just threw it all out the window on my turn. They were like, now I got a Widow Anchor. It's time. So yeah, I think, genuinely, I think if you notice you don't get hand trapped, you need the Photon in your extra deck. You definitely need the Photon in your extra deck for these sort of situations. Because that end board against board breaker decks is way too powerful. Because if they don't have Droplet, you probably win. And the thing is, if they're playing a board breaker deck and they have Droplet, it doesn't matter what board you make. You probably lose no matter what. If they have a good hand plus Droplet, your deck just gets cooked. That's just how it is. Oh, disconnect. They gotta stop the win streak somehow. What is it, 13 now or something? What a great way to lose the win streak of 13. Oh, dude, it counts as a loss? Come on, man. Jesus. We gotta be stopped somehow. Okay, it's another blind second deck, so we might be doing the Starleash thing again. You will see more of this. If Ryzeal is the most popular deck, which I don't know yet if it will be, but if Ryzeal is the most popular deck, then you will see more people trying to go second against it. Like, Ryzeal is the type of deck that you can actually go second against, and it's not that big of a problem. Ashthus X is weird, but we have a normal summon at least. And if I go Duo Drive, that's weak into Imperm. If I go Detonator, it's going to be Detonator Cross Pass, which is not great. Let's risk the Duo Drive here, I think. I mean, it's a Duo Drive that's backed up by Cross, because I put Duo Drive in the graveyard. The one card this was weak to. Well, it's okay. I took the risk. I'll pay for it. It's still Ash plus a Cross Negate, so it's still two interruptions. Alright, there goes the Cross Negate. Okay, we live. All we need to do now is draw a Ryzeal combo piece, and then we win. We can check... I mean, the thing is, we can check most of their top decks too, because we have another Ash. All we need is a play in, like, a foreseeable future. That is not a play in the foreseeable future. A summon from extra deck just once. Oh. Oh yeah, they can make Hita into Promethean Princess into Revived Chundra. Yeah, that's fucked up. We can Ash the Pydra, so it's not going to be game this turn. But we need a play next turn. I should probably Ash the Kaiman, right? Just so it's out of the deck, so future Pydras are not as scary if there is a future. Yeah, Typhon is live now actually, depending on what they do. I don't know if do they play a link to do they play a link to go into it with these? Because if not, then Typhon is a really good play now. If they can link this off though, it's not. Okay, nice. Okay, nice. I have no more duo drive though, is one problem. I have no more duo drive. Alright, nice. You only play one duo? No, I played two duos, but I sent one on turn one with the with X Ryzeal, which I sometimes like doing. I sometimes like doing it to have something to attach for the duo drive in the graveyard already. So it's a 3 material duo drive, which is with cross you can play around Ghost Ogre better or Effect Veiler. Not Imperm though, which is what they had. If this resolves, I think we're in a very good spot. Okay, it did resolve. My hand is cracked. It's Gladiator Beast. Jesus Christ. Oh, they discard Imperm. Okay, if that's the worst card in their hand, I might be in trouble. But they are under Fuva, so I'm not sure exactly what this is going to be. Special Atorix. Send the Glad Beast from... Okay. What does Gladiator Beast do with this? Like, is there an Invoker target in the deck? I did get this, I guess. Okay, War Chariot Pass. War Chariot Pass. Okay. Chain Link 1. Chain Link 2. Negate that, just in case it gets annoying. Yeah, Sword Ryzeal. Special Sword. Effect. Markup Star. Okay. Actually, I'm glad they showed me that card first, because now I can just maneuver around the War Chariot. Because they'll probably just War Chariot here, and then I go 7 Tachyon and I win. I'm basically, I'm in a really good spot here because I play the Sharks. Without the Sharks, it would actually be a little bit of a problem here. You still like them? I think they're good. I think one of each shark is good. I think it's worth it. I think like the risk, because the thing is like surfacing big jaws is also just like a starter, right? Worst comes to worst, if you draw surfacing big jaws, it's combo. Because even if you normal summon it, it's a 1-card rank 4. So the only downside is like drawing the Drake Shark, which is a brick, but you do play like 6 copies of 7 Tachyon in Ascension to put it back into the deck. So I think it's fine. I think it's worth playing. What is the stream schedule this week? Live today, live tomorrow. Then on Wednesday, I travel to the UK for the Konami studios, and we're doing some stuff there. There's going to be streams from there, like a Challenger Cup with the World Championship rules. But I don't know if that's going to be on my channel or just on the Konami channel. I would assume it's also going to be on this channel, but I don't know for sure yet. Okay, so I think I'm going to play into this Maxi. I'm going to give them 2 cards because likely it's Malice and they might be able to play already with what they have. So the detonator here is going to put up a lot of interruptions. I think I go Star. Because the reason why I'm committing to 2 draws here is because even if there's imperm set or something, I still have the plasma hole interruption and I still have the cross negate. This is a little risky, but because I had 0 interruptions, I'm like, okay, if they draw 1 play, if I give them 0 cards under Maxi and they just draw a play, I die because I have no interrupt. Okay, that sucks. Can we recycle cross in any way? No, we cannot recycle cross, unfortunately. Okay. Now, if I could not get Maxi 2 turns in a row, that'd be great. It's a good Zeus. I'm thinking about Zeusing first. like attack Zeus. At the same time, they are so low on life. But the thing is, if I connect for 3k, that's already gonna limit. I can make Zeus with Plasma Hole. There's no advantage to doing it in battle phase though, so I'm not doing it. You can attack. Oh, right. I could have attacked. Yeah, fair enough. I could have attacked. Dude, I might lose because I didn't do that. I might lose because I didn't do that. Okay, double called by... Impulse. Alright. Special summon by sending Zeus. So the problem is that my detonator is undercalled by the grave, so the interruption that I can put up is limited here. Because my grave because they play Duster in Malice, which makes no sense. I have no Plasma Hole and no Cross anymore. So the interruptions I can make are kind of limited. It's gonna be Baguska. Yeah, it's gonna have to be Baguska. Well, I'm definitely adding this. And then like probably X or Sword. Baguska isn't that good. It's not that good against Malice, no. Especially because I know they have March here, right? Yeah, they have March here in hand, which I know about. Ragna 0 is not bad. But it's only attack position monsters. I can do Garrus draw 2, but like most of the cards I can draw are not great. I can draw like Imperm. Link monsters? Yeah, but like making Ragna Zero plus this is kind of weird. Right? Ragna Zero plus Baguska doesn't really do anything. Tornado Dragon isn't bad against Malice. Because you can pop the field spell if they ever get to it. Maybe I'll just go Tornado Dragon and Ragna Zero. That's... I want them to go for the March share here. Okay. Please, thank you. Okay. In attack position is crazy. In attack position is insane. Yes, please continue my main phase, please. Dude, Malice players are in some ways a treat. In some ways, they are a treat. Only in some, though. What do you think of Fiendsmith Ryzeal in Macedul? I will try it tomorrow. Today, I wanted to dedicate today to trying pure Ryzeal, but we're gonna play some variations tomorrow. And Fiendsmith Ryzeal is, of course, basically on top of the list. But I think the deck is already good as it is, and I think adding Fiendsmith to it in some ways only makes it weaker into some cards that you are not that weak into normally, like Bestials or Max C in general. Like Max C is like good against Ryzeal, but like you're fine, you know? Give him 2 draws, make Detonator pass, it's fine. Fuva, same thing, like 2 draws and or sometimes just 1. And Detonator pass and you're good. It changes when you go for like when you go for Fiendsmith things. But yeah. Is sharing Fiendsmith Engraver an interesting call? It would be if it mattered this format, but like Fiendsmith is just not that relevant in Malice Ryzeal format, I don't think. Like, there's just not that many decks that really benefit from getting a Fiendsmith engine in this format. This game is likely unplayable, by the way, because we're going second against Malice, but we'll see. Maybe the Malice player can find the way. you'd have to share more than just Engraver. I mean, by sharing Engraver, you could put a Fiendsmith package into 3 decks, right? Because you can do 1 Lacrima, 1 Lurry, 1 Tract, 1 of each of the Link monsters, even 1 Paradise. Like, it does work. With a small Fiendsmith package. 1 Necro Quip, yeah. Do they not play Underground, or did they search Underground? They searched Underground, okay. Have you played much Justice Hunter format yet, and are you loving it, or are you loving it? I've played very little because I'm unfortunately, I'm no, it sounds wrong. I mean, I'm focused on Master Duel because we're playing Master Duel Worlds. I'm not gonna say unfortunately I'm playing Master Duel Worlds because that's stupid, but I even from the little bit of a glimpse I've had at Justice Hunter's format, I think it looks so sick. But instead, I'm over here watching Malice full combo, including Appaloosa. It's just so good, man. I got my invite with Yummy Mimigul. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Nah, Justice Hunters is dope. Justice Hunters is like one of my favorite sets in a long time. The decks in it are very sick. But I will say, I think well, it's just a repeat from that game like 2 hours ago where they lost to 1 Talons because they just handed me the 8,000 attack Dark Fluid. Try that again. Okay. Okay, then. Okay, I won't. It's good to go for ice before they have a trap engraved, so if they have impulse, it won't die. Yeah. I don't think it's gonna be possible, but maybe they can find a way. They are a Malice player after all, but it's like... How do you out Detto if they don't activate an effect? How do you out Terra if they don't activate an effect for Detto? I'm worried about playing the game first. I don't know if I can out this, but like... I don't know. Do we cross before Exceed? You can't in this spot. Or like, no, yeah, yes. I forgot I drew the cross. I was like, I thought you were asking if we're gonna search cross before. So I can search X here, but the thing is X cannot search at the moment because I control their Appaloosa, so this is gonna be awkward. Do I know they have a March here in hand? I forgore. I mean, I'm gonna do this always. Okay. I am not locked into rank 4s yet, am I? Oh no, I special sword. Never mind. Yeah. No, I was special sword. Exiton forces the trap, and then I special X'd after. Ugh. The problem with Exiton is that I lose my own cross, which sucks. And they also, yeah, the ransom and the binder survive because the dormouse points to him. But I don't know what else I'm supposed to do here. Was there a reason to activate cross before going Exciton? Maybe I could have held it, yeah. Maybe I could have held it. Because if I had this cross in hand still... Yeah, I mean, the problem is now I just can't kill. They go up to 6 cards in hand off of this white binder, and I can detonator pass. Like... I've already specialed this, so I have to take node here. I mean, it's giga lost. Can Duo Drive make anything happen? Duo Drive... I can only still special ice. Oh. If Malice didn't draw, would it be more fair? I mean, yeah. A little bit. Because they've drawn 4 cards off of their cards already. Like, the thing is, like, the crazy thing is, even if they had 4 less cards in hand right now, they would still be favored to win this game right now. But for some reason, they draw and they start their turn with 7. So Malice is still more powerful than Ryzeal in Mass? No. Malice needs to win the coin flip. Most of the time, Ryzeal doesn't need to win the coin flip. Alright, bro, it's giga lost. Maybe there was a world if I if I keep the cross in hand last turn. Because I can draw one that could make a difference, and I have maybe a monster negate that can make a difference. Maybe there's a world. But at the same time, they went full Malice combo plus Ash plus Impulse plus Imperm. And 6 cards in hand. So in the long run, I probably still don't win. Even if I might be able to get through this turn. It's literally, they just gave these coughing babies a hydrogen bomb with the Malice deck. That's literally all that it is. No one, almost nobody I've played against on Master Duel has realized the full potential of Malice in their games, because they always find some way to throw it. And it never feels as good as it could, because it's always like, it's always this feeling of, I'm winning games that I'm not supposed to win. Like, they only lose to themselves. The Malice deck is so many times it only loses to themselves. It's not designed to lose games. They just find ways. That's fine. So they have Crossout and Nib. I'm thinking about normal summoning Fuba and making Baguska. That way I have follow-up next turn with the Node Ryzeal. Because if I go Node Ryzeal here and I make Detonator, I have everything under control for now, but I have no guaranteed follow-up. The problem is if they are playing a Ryzeal deck, which they could be playing a Ryzeal deck, I lose to... There's a lot of cards I lose to with the Baguska play. Which is just all of the X Ryzeals. But the thing is, like, even Detonator, I lose to the X Ryzeal, right? Yeah. I guess I could go Fuba. I could pop my own Detonator and then Fuba is neat if they draw a play. Maybe. Okay. So Nib +1 in hand. I think this is a Zeus angle. I think it's worth Zeusing. Maybe it's not. I mean, the set is Crossout, so like the Crossout probably checks my Imperm. I think the Zeus was maybe worth considering there, but... I don't know why you scoop now. You clearly have one more turn unless I draw a play, but okay. It was Malice. Okay. Is Super Poly good against Ryzeal? No. Alright, good hand going first, mediocre hand going second. One imperm holding it all together. I'm holding imperm for detonator. I'm not playing the mini game of imperm ice Ryzeal. Unless they go duo drive without protection. Maybe then I'll imperm the duo. Is Star a win more card? No, Star's good. You play Star. Okay. What's the point of this? You already have X in hand. I guess you go Star. Oh, I see. Okay, and that makes sense. That makes sense. But like, it still plays heavily into Nib, no? Right? Because if they now special summon another body, they still get nibbed and they don't have a Ryzeal Exceed. If they nib, you still have Deto Cross. If I nib here, they have a node. But how does it get yeah, you have Deto Cross, yeah. Yeah, true. Yeah, I guess it's fine. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, imperm on detonator here, we're still gonna have to face cross, trap, plus whatever non-engine they have, so it's good. It's a good opener for them for sure. I hate Star Ryzeal for this. If it wasn't for Star Ryzeal, you can just always imperm the duo drive. But okay. It's still like, considering what one imperm does here, it's still a very manageable situation, right? Like having to play against one monster negate and the trap card, I think it's fine. Okay, they played this. I guess this adds another rank 4 if they play the sharks. So what do I know in hand? I know they have plugin. I know they have the trap. I know they have the spell. Oh, they search Lancia. Okay, well, you know, that's randomly annoying because I have Called by the Grave in hand. So the Lancia does counter my Called by. But all right. At least I'm not playing Malice. Okay. I wish I could call by this right now, but I just cannot. Oh, they play Solemns in it as well. Yeah, yeah, I can't do that. Damn, wish I went first against that list. The Master Duel special. I mean, I remember in the TCG, because when Ryzeal was super popular, the format genuinely was a little bit slower. People would play like Solemn Strike sometimes. Like Steven Santoli popped like multiple YCSs with Solemn Strike in the Ryzeal deck. Like it happens. I still don't have a play. Okay. Understandable. Wheels and Axel and Zane31. Thank you guys for the primes. I appreciate that. Thank you. Also, Senor Stacks. Thank you for the 10 months as well. All right. In this case, I think when I have this many hand traps, I will imperm the X Ryzeal. Come on. this winnable? It's winnable. Depending on what the other 2 cards in their hand are. Because the way it's most likely gonna go is they make Duo Drive, I impermit, they special ice to still make Detonator, which is not game. And then I can potentially beat that with the Thrust. And if I draw like a starter, basically, it's not unplayable. Oh, they drew Star. That's fucked up. That makes it less winnable. By a lot. Small World. For what? For Maxi? For Ash? Or do you play a extender to game here? They can, if they can add the Shark, it's game. That does not add the Shark, right? Because it's water and level 4. What does this add? Node? Oh, Node, but they have... Oh, they'd have to send Cross, though. If they want this to be game with Node, they'd have to send Cross away. Come on, man. That's so risky. Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah, no, we lose that. Oh my god. Bro, just Small World for an Ash or some shit. You have Detonator with 3 materials. Now, yo, I'm so tilted. Why is this rewarded? This is not game. Incredible. Okay, now my desires was a little rough here. I banished Cross, Node. Yeah, Cross and Node. But I should be fine. So I can thrust for talents, take. What do I take? Do I take the dual drive? I can take Ignister and pop with it. Take Ignister, pop. What the hell was that? Incredible. right. I mean, we have Thrust and Talents and Ext. So it doesn't really get better going second, but it is Malice. All right, I'll be right back. Hope you're okay. Dude, this time, the last two times that a Malice has gone first and then thrown the game, I already had little hope. This time around, I am genuinely wondering how they're going to do it. But they put Dotscaper into their deck, so I'm sure they could. I think they could do it. I think they could find a way to lose this, because they found a way to put Dotscaper into a Malice deck. So, I don't know. I feel like they should have more cards in hand. Because 6 is kind of low. So I'm glad they get another one for this Whitebinder. I was worried about their card advantage. I was thinking about doing this first because it's technically the best into draw, But I'm gonna be honest with you, I cannot beat Droll no matter what I do. I think I can just start with this to try and see if they negate it. Because if they have Droll, I cannot beat this. Okay, Ash is bad on this because I can't activate another one now. Hey, maybe they negate this with the desave worm. Why did he negate Ascension? Funnily enough, the answer to that question is the same answer to the question, why is Dotscaper in their Malice deck? I'm not going to give you the answer, but it is exactly the same answer. Believe it or not. There are 18 link arrows on this board. Yeah. So, what are you implying? Are you implying the deck is too powerful? That does too much for a single card? There's also 5 cards in their hand. After they've already used an Ash Blossom. Okay, so if I Ice Ryzeal now, they Apo it, and then they can banish it with... But will they banish it with TP's empty? I mean, if they do, then they lose. But why would they? Yeah. Yeah, I just lose to MTP7 now. If I take... They tried very hard, but they could not find a way to lose it because Malice carries its players way too far, unfortunately. Ice is better into Droll, but worse into Max C. It's also better into... No, it's worse into Imperm. Because if I get Impermed on Ice, I can't extend with Node. No, because I have Called By, I chose the route that's best into Imperm, which is getting a special summon so that I can still go duo drive with Node. They have more, though. Interesting they didn't max C on res of adding X. Maybe they need the draws? Which would be good for me if their hand isn't great yet and they wanted the max C draws, because they're not getting any. Okay, we have Fuva and Ash, and we would not have played going first anyways. Oh, and that's the worst one into Fuva. If this goes through, this is really good, I think. But it's Master Duel, so it does not. And all of a sudden, I don't think we have an out anymore to play the game. I don't know if there's a fifth card that we can draw to make this playable. Against even a single detonator. Should have ashed first, then chained Fuba. My hand doesn't have a play though, so if I just ash the Ice Ryzeal and it just goes through. Okay. Yeah, I should have done that. That would have made a huge difference. I had a lot of choices in this game that really mattered. I had a lot of impact in how this game played out because I went second, but I had 2 hand traps. So of course I had a lot of agency over, you know, how to interact with my opponent. And where I used those cards definitely mattered. Yeah, between the two of us, we opened 4 Called by the Graves. Can you believe that? That's 4 more than you should be allowed to play. I'm leaving. You think the best Ryzeal version is with Fiendsmith? I think the pure one is probably the best. Okay. Uh, hmm. Two Material Detonator or Fuva and Maxi? This would be an instance where I could have gone for Lancia now with this if I played it as a one-of. Because, I mean, this is likely Malice. Jesus Christ. Or it's Tenpai, I guess. Or it's just a crazy Malice list. That's insane. They have Ash. That's just like I mean, how am I supposed to beat Maxi, Impulse, Ash, Slayer, Dormouse? For every time I play against Malice, it makes me want to close the game. Every time, with no exception. Josh, did you get the Pot of Greed coin so you can get Tails with it against Malice with style? No, I didn't get it. But it's cool. I might get it. I just spent all my gems on Ryzeal. Josh, you're discouraging me. I was thinking about returning. Just play TCG. TCG's good. It all sucks into... It all sucks into Imperm. This is very risky. the way people talked about Ryzeal made it seem like it was going to crush the meta. No, it's not that. Everyone who tells you Ryzeal is broken does not understand how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Basically, the deck is good, but it's not like insane Hail Mary, you know, all that. It's just a good deck. That's all. But it is, among other top tier decks, it is one of the fairer ones. Like, board breakers are good into it. You can beat it with like one single talents and in a solid hand. Like, it's a completely fine Yu-Gi-Oh deck. It got pre-hit, yeah, but the pre-hits don't matter because it's all it does is like it limits consistency for a little bit, but like the deck was always consistent, but it was just consistently doing fair things for the most part. The point where Ryzeal gets too powerful is when they play it in hybrid versions, like in Fiendsmith Ryzeal or Mitsurugi Ryzeal. Like in those variations, the end boards get too powerful, but like pure Ryzeal is just a fair Yu-Gi-Oh deck. Period. It always was. Oh wait, no. I need to detonate it first. When can we expect Mitsurugi? I have no idea. What other rank 4 do I even make here with the Node Ryzeal? Because there's no Dweller. Do I make Tornado Dragon? Do Garis draw 2? I've never come this far this turn. I guess I can make a Baguska. Let me draw 2 with Cross. I did Called by Maxi, so that's not live. Bonfire doesn't really add anything to this board. Do Garis draw 2? Baguska is fine. Starliege makes my detonator untargetable. I don't hate the thought of Tornado Dragon in case it's like Malice. But, I mean, I have Detonator already. I'll just make a Baguska. This way they have to out the Baguska first, and if they out the Baguska, then my Detonator starts popping off. I think that's probably fine. Shotgun Maxi. Shotgun a negated Maxi. Chainlink 1 aggregator is crazy. Baguska is really good in the mirror match if you have the field spell, because you can then... One of the easiest ways to out Baguska is Aggregator. But like, if you have cross for the Aggregator, then it's really difficult. Because you usually can't link. Like, they can make their own Baguska now. But they know I have the trap, so it's a little weird. This play. So this is... I can't think of set cards that would actually win this for them. They should have probably... if they make their own detonator there, it gets a little bit more interesting, even though I probably still win. But like, their detonator can protect itself from my plasma hole. And then when I turn my Baguska to attack, they can start popping. So like, that would have made it a little more interesting. But now it's just... nothing. Anyone knows what ratios to play the Charmies? I think you should play Fuvalos right now in Master Duel. Purulia is like anywhere from 0 to 3, and Meowls is probably not good enough. Because Meowls is only good against Ryzeal. Ryzeal releasing was a buff to Malice. Unironically, Malice is still a very strong deck. Like, the fact that you now have to worry about Ryzeal making it so you can't really main deck cards like Meowls or Lancia as easily. I mean, people are still doing it sometimes. We still saw a couple of Lancias today. But, like, it is... Malice is still a very, very powerful deck. Against Malice, yeah. I don't know what I said, but I misspoke, yeah. Is Ryzeal a massive combo deck? No, your turn 1 takes like 30 seconds. Uh, 180 or less, thank you for the 13 months. I appreciate that. Also, Grumster, thank you for the 12 months. Appreciate the full year of support. The Batman, thank you for the 29. What is this hand? Not very good, that's what it is. Is Malice good into Ryzeal? Malice is good going first into Ryzeal. Malice is terrible going second into Ryzeal. Okay, normal summon sword is not your preferred way to start, so I think it's likely they don't have an extender unless they have another sword. Oh, they have cross out. How cool. Okay. Dude, my hatred for cards like Called By and Cross Out cannot be put into words anymore. I am so done with these cards. It blows my mind how these cards are still legal. When it all they have written all over them is like, ignore anything that tries to interact with your opponent. Ooh, I haven't drawn Drake Shark in a while. I was wondering where he went. Is Drake Shark a full-on Garnet? No, you can put it back into the deck with the 7th Tachyon stuff. So it's like, it's not the worst, but it's also not great. Oh, it's Power Spell Tenpai with Maxi. Oh, maybe it's just Sky Striker. That's still a bad matchup for me, by the way, I think. I think Sky Striker is not bad against Ryzeal. Yeah, that's not great. I'm gonna try not to use Detonator. I have only one material left on it anyway, so I have to choose between popping with it or negating with Cross. Of course, they have Engage. I'm gonna try to negate with the Cross, if I can, just so that they don't get the Talents or Thrust live. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I'm not chaining this. Yeah. It was not Striker. What a great deck to get max seed by and not have an answer to. Because against most normal decks, my setup wasn't actually that bad. Like, Detonator, Trap, Cross for 2 max seed draws is like fine. You're not like super happy about it because your opponent has 7 cards in hand, but you can play a good game of Yu-Gi-Oh from there. Unless it's Tenpai. If it's like Ryzeal Mirror or whatever, then you can have a solid game. But not like that. All right. So the question is now, is it normal summon Star or special or normal summon Sword? Because if I normal Star, I play through one more hand trap like Imperm. If I normal Sword, I can potentially special Star later to get the trap or the field spell. Let's play it safe. Because this guarantees like Detonator pass. I wonder if I ash this Fuva. I think the answer is yes. Sorry for opening a custom Malice hand against you earlier. That's okay. You don't have to apologize. It's not your fault the deck is legal in the way it is. Malice is still the better deck? No. No, it's not. There's a difference between broken and better. Malice is the more unfair deck, but Malice is also way weaker going second. It's less fun to play against, if that's what you're asking. So if you only choose your decks by how much your opponent is gonna hate you, then yeah. It is the better deck for that. If I go plug-in and I revive Star, that's pretty cool, isn't it? That gives me the trap. This. Then we can draw one with cross. Oh, plugin. I always forget that you can put back plugin with cross. Ooh, Ash. Did Josh take out the shark cards? No, I kept them in. I think they're fine. They're not mandatory, but I think they're solid. Ragna Zero? Ragna Zero is for 7th Tachyon to be able to search the shark cards. And it's also not a bad option sometimes, because with Duo Drive, you make your opponent's monsters weaker. So you can then pop them with Ragna Zero. Is Tornado Dragon a good option? I play it right now. But there's one card I kind of want to fit in the extra deck that I'm not playing right now, is the Infernal Queen Banshee or whatever. That's one that I would like to play. Baguska, yeah, I mean, Baguska is like... Baguska is definitely one of the most bannable rank 4s that's left in the game after Dweller's banned now. I would not hate Baguska to get banned at some point. Protoss? No, you don't play, not, the Banshee is not for Protoss, it's more for, it's for, what's it called? Just because some of the Ryzeals are Pyros. There's a star line with it. Yeah. So the thing here is, that normal summon Sword Ryzeal is technically combo. So I could just choose, I could try to draw 2 cards now, and then just go for the Sword, or I can look at their hand and go for the Sword Ryzeal combo. I think that's good enough. Okay, so... Oh, that's a good hand, dude. That's a good hand. If I take Impulse, which is the only hand trap... I mean, I go Sword X Duo Drive, because the Impulse doesn't really do much against me. I think I'm better off taking away Engine here, because I could lose this. My board is not going to be that crazy. I might take the... Dude, the Allure also annoys me. The Allure is really annoying. Because if I take one of these two, they just keep Allure and they start their turn with like more cards that I want. I might genuinely take the Allure. Yeah, because that also helps them play through Detonator and everything. I wonder if I go Maxi on my own turn in response to the March here if they do it. Send here. Aggregator. Okay, so plugin. I kind of want to get to Star Ryzeal. If I activate plugin and they don't impulse it, I could just special summon Star. I can go Star plus plugin here. I can go Star plus plugin. And now I activate plugin. That's gonna like, because they don't know I have node, right? They don't know I have node, so that this might prompt them to go activate impulse. Yeah. And then I can just special node and make another rank 4 and still summon the Star. Because they think right now they're very smart by doing this, but they don't know I have node in hand. So I can just do this. Pop. And then I can do this. I can make another rank 4. Yeah. Send duo. Bring back sword. Then I can detonator. This deck folds to Breaker Tenpai, been farming Ryzeal Andes for easy wins. I am so proud of you. Yeah. Okay. So here's the list for everyone that's been asking. I think I'm happy with the main deck. I wouldn't change anything for now. I may be going second. There could be a couple more hand traps in it because like Malice has been a nightmare to go second against, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think most of the cards that I could throw into this here, they wouldn't change much. You can play one Lancia. You can play one Lancia for the 7th Ascension when you're going first and you have a feeling it's Malice. You can like, and you already have a combo, you can like 7th Tachyon for a Lancia, but you would have to play the C102 in your extra deck, this one for it. Or like there's other ones you can play, but like this one also does it, right? Or isn't there like Ragna Affinity? You can also play this one because it's a level 5 fairy, but like you need one more extra deck slot for that. And then I would like to play the Banshee. And maybe you can take out the Ignister. The Ignister seemed like the least important extra deck card to me. I don't think you should cut Typhon. Zeus I like to. The Ignister won a game. The Ignister won a game because my Malice opponent misplayed like crazy and because I sent it to Graveyard for their Terahertz. I haven't summoned it a single time, I think. But yeah, technically it did win a game. 2 duo drives is necessary, yeah. 2 duo drives is necessary because you sometimes want to send one for your X Ryzeal early on, so you can attach another one for like with the first one you summon. But yeah, I mean, I didn't really miss the Banshee, to be honest. I think if this deck goes full combo, I think it's also fine if you do different lines that are not including the Banshee. But yeah, I think it's fine. Overall, this deck is good, but it is no, like, it's no tier 0 crazy solution to the format. It's just another good deck in the game. It's not going to completely dethrone Malice. In some ways, Malice even felt harder to play against today because I wasn't playing Lancia, because I was preparing to play like Ryzeal mirror matches and such. And to be honest, I think we played against more Malice than Ryzeal today. Unironically, I think we played against like, in like almost 5 hours, not even like 5 Ryzeal mirrors. There was definitely more Malice than Ryzeal today, which is also maybe due to the fact that Ryzeal is actually like significantly hit. You know, 2x 1 bonfire is significantly less than what we had when this deck came out in the TCG, right? Like we had 3 bonfire 3x'd, and the deck was still like it was on par with Malice for the most part. But like in Master Duel, it's just like Malice has so much more stuff than this deck basically. But we'll see. We'll try different versions of this deck in the upcoming days. Maybe there's another version you can play to make it even better. But I've been liking it. I mean, we've been climbing today for sure. It's been solid. We can work on the list a little bit. We can work on some other stuff. Maybe some better non-engine for going second against Malice would be necessary because that matchup is terrible when you lose the coin toss. But I think that's just because Malice is just designed to be terrible when it gets to go first, you know? But yeah, alas. Hope you all enjoyed the stream. Hope you all, I was able to give you guys some insight into the Ryzeal cards. Hope you understand this deck a little bit more now, and you can play it yourself, and you're gonna have a good time. Thank you all for watching. I will be back tomorrow, where we explore this format a little bit more. I want to try like some Fiendsmith Ryzeal tomorrow, because that was a very strong deck in the TCG when this deck came out. So we're gonna try a little bit of that. Until then, hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you all for watching. I will send you guys over to, I think Farfa is live. Thank you all for the support. As always, you guys are awesome. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for watching. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Hope you tune in tomorrow. And I'll see you guys then. Bye.